Press up. todos no conseguia apanhar o sinal. E quando não for mais. E é discreto. Está tudo. Está a candidata à Câmara de Angra também. Não, a Luísa Barcelos, do PSD. E ela está. Devia entrar.
Boa tarde, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Em nome de Sua Excelência, o Presidente
Good
do
afternoon,
Governo
ladies and
Português,
gentlemen.
sejam bem-vindos à conferência Tempo, Clima e Economia.
We'd like to
Para dar
welcome
início à
to the
sessão oficial
conference
de
Weather,
abertura,
Climate and the
chamamos o
Economy.
Presidente do
For
Instituto
this, we would
Português
like
do
to
Mar
call
e da
the
Atmosfera,
President of the
José
Portuguese
Guerreiro.
Institute of Sea and Atmosphere, José Guerreiro.
Muito boa tarde, duas boas-vindas a
afternoon.
todos e a todas,
I'd like to
agradecendo a
welcome
vossa
all of
presença,
you, thanking
bem
you for
como a quem
being
está
here,
connosco por via remota.
as well as those who are
Cumprimentos
watching at home.
O Sr. Representante da República para a Região
I
Autónoma
would
dos
like
Açores,
to
Embaixador
acknowledge the
Catarino,
representative of the
Sr. Presidente
government
do Governo dos
of
Açores,
Portugal,
Dr. José Manuel Vieira,
President of the
e
government
através
of
de
the
si,
Azores,
todos os
and
membros do
through
Governo Regional
you,
aqui
all
presentes,
the
a quem
members
muito
of the
agradeço.
regional executive
A
of the
senhora
Azores. I would like
Presidente
to
da Câmara
welcome the
Municipal
President
da
of
Vitória,
the
Dra.
Municipality
Maria
of Praia da
todas as
Vitória,
autoridades
Tânia
civis,
Ferreira,
militares, policiais,
and
religiosas e
all
outras.
authorities,
Permitam-me
religious,
cumprimento
civilian,
muito
and
especial
military here
a todos os
present.
oradores
I
que
would like to
acederam a este
welcome
nosso
all
convite.
speakers.
Talvez seja bom recordar porque é que estamos aqui.
Maybe
Todos
it's
temos
good to remember why we're
assistido
here.
com muito maior frequência,
We
cheias
have
catastróficas, incêndios
witnessed
descontrolados, secas prolongadas
ravaging
extremas,
fires, extreme weather conditions, and it's more and more evident that these changes, these climate changes, have had profound impacts in global, regional, and national economy and public finances. We are living a new normal. We cannot cross our arms, and we have to try and find answers, multi-sectoral answers with economy, social services, or just to mention a few. Each of us has the role and responsibility to create a common answer to what people's and economic agents' expectations are. Our institute has to work towards the creation of these public policies, not only to help them be drawn, but also to implement them. This is part of our strategy 25-28 with the regional governments. This is the strategic network 25-28 with a set of investments over 7 million euros until 2028. We would like the autonomous region of the Azores, because the Azores are a very strategic agent of this strategy. With the ocean and the connection with the Mercator and the Special Space Agency in Santa Maria, the Azores are very important for digital development of the environment and the ocean. The blue hub of Oeiras that is being built will be open next year. It has to do with the development of underwater robotic development, and about the climate, the atmosphere and the ocean, a system that will monitor that
milhões de
The
euros.
most recent example is the building of a network of radars in the Azores, as well as a smart tangle network in the Azores.
Uma linha para alterações climáticas e recursos vivos marinhos, não só para relacionar a variação dos estoques de pesca, mas também para o efeito.
We have to take care of the oceans and with the environment and heating, so as the regional president will focus the regional observatory of the climate in the Azores that will be built here to study the greenhouse effects in the atmosphere. We cannot forget the impact of the biodiversity in economics, and this is why we're working with the Azores towards working together, working in a satellite account for the sea. It has recently been shown how much does marine biodiversity is worth here in the Azores. And this is why we must guarantee that the biodiversity, the sea biodiversity, marine, and this is why we have built the digital bank together with the University of the Azores, with whom we have just celebrated a protocol. We will have a national bank of marine resources, also to complete the marine areas of Portugal. And together with the Azores, I can now announce that next year we will be here again with the investigation crew, with the regional government of the Azores, in order to finish up all the work that we have been doing. It's a program funded with the Blue Fund, 5 million euros, where 1.5 has already been executed. The following money will be executed to the regional autonomous region of the Azores.
Não só desenvolvemos o Plano Nacional da Amostragem Biológica, não só para a pesca industrial, hoje mesmo foi lançado um novo programa dirigido à pequena pesca e apanha, nomeadamente, para quem não tem ideia, a pequena pesca e apanha, a pesca artesanal, rendeu e envolveu, em primeiro lugar, 1.300 pescadores e apanhadores, importantíssimos nas suas comunidades, e um volume de negócios no ano passado de 11 milhões de euros. E são importantíssimos no sustentáculo da comunidade. Na resiliência e segurança alimentar, destaco o investimento de alargamento e de ampliação das condições da Estação de Piscicultura de Olhão. Como sabem, é a única pré-industrial do país e, em conjunto com a CCDR Algarve, um investimento no próximo ano de 1,5 milhões de euros. No que diz respeito à dinâmica dos fundos submarinos e também no combate às alterações climáticas, como sabem, o ITME é responsável pelos estudos geológicos e geofísicos que permitirão lançar os concursos para as energias eólicas offshore. Esses estudos já foram iniciados o ano passado, estão neste momento em curso, é um investimento de 40 milhões de euros. Um dos aspectos mais importantes de todos, a nosso ver, são os avisos à proteção civil e também à
protection and also to the economy. Why? Because nowadays we develop provisional apps that allow for each farmer to have in his smartphone all information regarding humidity, weather, wind, and it can be used regarding each farmer's needs. It has to do with cereals, it has to do with animal breeding and livestock, and all this type of works can only be worked and can only be accomplished with regional and local actors. We would also like to work with nautical and recreational activities and fishing activities also in order for the development of further apps. And also we are also working in a literacy program for the ocean. We are always working with local municipalities towards the digital and the literacy in schools and informal teaching methods, concepts and ideas regarding oceans conservation and marine life.
A região autónoma dos Açores. Lançámos este ano e está a começar.
We've launched this year and it will begin after October of formation program towards atmosphere, weather and ocean with the Portuguese Institute Camões, and it's the first program that is dedicated mainly to Portuguese-speaking countries.
Acreditamos ser o papel e a obrigação de laboratório de Estado.
Work, and this is the objectives of working for the Portuguese Institute of the Weather and the Sea. We work with everyone, with every agent, trying to contribute with the best of science and investigation that we can to help them plan, bringing them more security to their investments and overall working towards a more sustainable
É a nossa missão contribuir
resource
para a
management.
discussão das melhores políticas públicas e no apoio à governança
Public
deste novo norte
policy.
nos desafia. Esta conferência no meio do Atlântico, Sr. Presidente, Srs. membros do Governo Regional,
This
Sras.
conference
e Srs. Senhores,
is part of this
só foi possível
effort,
graças
and
à
it's
estreita
only
colaboração com o
possible
Governo dos Açores,
thanks to the
até
straight
pelo
and very close cooperation with the with regional government of the Azores.
É um ponto
This is an common objective, and it's a common goal, and it's a common fight that we have all to fight.
A palavra, Sua Excelência, o Presidente do Governo dos Açores, José Manuel Vieira.
So next,
Ora, uma muito boa tarde a todas e a todos. Que alegria é para mim estar aqui neste magnífico auditório para falar desta iniciativa aos presentes, mas também àqueles que nos acompanham de forma remota.
to speak to the audience present here, but also to the ones following us via a screen, and speak about a phenomenon that it's world phenomenon that affects us daily, to everyone, each of us, and it really reaches us to the point that it reaches our doorsteps. I also want to greet the other conference members and other that are in the audience, and conference members that will
Dos Açores. Saúde, a sua presença, o seu empenho. Seu, aliás,
dear President of the IPMA, I congratulate you on your presence,
coordenação com os nossos conferencistas, o principal
and your words are in tune with one of our guest speakers, Dr. Barroso, who would be here presently, but he will speak remotely. I thank you for your words from the first, as a first speaker. I also want to thank the co-organizer, President of IPMA, that has had a lot of joint initiatives together with the regional government of the Azores, and who has a special sensibility towards these issues related to climate, to meteorology, protection of biodiversity, knowledge of the world around us and of our country, All of this knowledge is possible due to the central location of IPMA, which has a very central viewpoint of these issues, and I thank him for all of his work at IPMA. I also want to greet all members of the regional government of the Azores who are here present in the audience, starting with the Regional Secretary for Environment and Climate Change. I also greet other regional secretaries that are here present from the tourism, from environmental protection and health and education that are here in the audience. I also greet the mayors that are here present. Mayor of Praia da Vitória, and to whom I thank her collaboration. I also greet everyone that is present here that are local deputies in the Regional Assembly and other municipal representatives, the representatives of the little parishes that we have around the island, ladies and gentlemen. So welcome all to this conference, which is an international conference that aims to fight indifference towards climate change. Indifference which still prevails worldwide towards the fact that climate change exists. Actually, climate change is undoubtable reality that should not be seen as something secondary, and we shouldn't be indifferent to it. This conference recognizes how central, how strategic the Azores are for this topic. We are central in discussing issues that are important for our country, Portugal, and also for the European Union. The urgency of climate change does not put aside the reality of our present times and the need for action in the near future. We had a past that was marked by a lot of challenges, but nowadays the planet has dived into an emergency called climate change. And this climate change is affecting different sectors of our society. In our daily routine, in our daily activities, we can already see the impactful effect that climate change has in our daily lives. This has impact not just in our daily lives, but also in the context around us and, of course, in our economy. We see the changes in the biodiversity around us, and protecting it cannot be just by protecting the resources that we take from nature. We have to face this climate change in other broader sectors. The Azores are very affected by this climate change, but it does not have to do with the excess of carbon use. For example, other countries worldwide are a victim of that. All action that we take culturally, politically, has been marked by sustainability in the Azores and by politics that are environmentally friendly. But yes, we recognize that climate change is one of the biggest challenges we face nowadays. In the Azores, we are a good example of this fight. I wanted to use the inspiration given by Mr. José Guerreiro, President of IPMA, who spoke about the richness of our biodiversity. Yes, the Azores is a step away to create a big marine area that will be protected and will be 30% of the 56% that is the whole area under the surveillance of the Azores and the Azorean government. So we are leading by example. Yes, we are obeying to one of the main sustainable rules of European Union, protecting the areas, the sea areas, the ocean areas of around our islands, which is 30% of this area by 2030. And the Azores have shown so far that we are heading towards this aim. If the European Union wants to have a leadership role, the European Union has to show its leadership, and they can follow the example given by the Azores. They should and they must create laws that obey to the economic pact, making it sufficient in terms of costs and balanced in terms of sustainability and economic aspects. In the Azores, we don't have a big share of influence in the climate change, for example, in global warming, but we are aware of its the damages that it causes. We have felt here on the islands the effect of this global warming. For example, we see that our coastline erosion has caused a lot of damages in terms of economy and safety of people. I remind you the devastating impact that Hurricane Lorenzo had on the islands, that surpassed 130 million euros of damage. It made a very big crash in our budget of the region. So it is urgent for us to decrease the consequences caused by climate change by diminishing our exposure to natural hazards. And to do this, we have to be more ready for natural hazards and be more adaptable. So the regional government is creating a new mission, which is adaptability to climate change. That's why we created a new secretariat for environment and climate change in order to observe and surveil these changes. With this aim in mind, we created a program, Simpra, which is a program that aims to the creation of more sustainable projects in the region. For example, it will create new areas of agriculture. It will always also change the transportation systems in the way we dispose of our waste, and for example health waste from hospitals, etc. In 2020 we also had another example of another project created to help minimize these changes created by climate change. We are aware of the technological advances, and the Environment and Climate Change Secretariat has created a competition that has 400,000 euros to create better ruling according to the rules that the European Union is setting. So we are aware, we are joining, and we are surveilling and seeing all the changes that we are facing.
E dos transportes, fomentando a penetração de energias renováveis no nosso mix energético, alcançando a potência geotérmica
and energy efficiency, using better storage of
projetos inovadores como Solidares,
energy.
estimulam a produção descentralizada de renováveis.
We want to use more and more decentralized renewable energy sources, contribute
Das metas internacionais. No campo da preparação e resiliência, e em boa cooperação com o IPMA, a quem de novo endereço especial louvor e reconhecimento, destaco com satisfação a conclusão da rede regional dos radares meteorológicos dos Açores, já aqui sinalizadas pelo Sr. Presidente. O investimento de 5 milhões de euros que garante cobertura integral do arquipélago com tecnologia.
the whole archipelago, that gives us evidence prediction of weather or storms, and helping the civil protection service. And we know very well in the past how damageable it was not to have this service available in the past. So now we value science and technology. We recognize our geostrategic importance.
Mas com decisores nacionais e europeus, esta evolução
Changes and also weather reports that will help
do governo dos Açores em ação,
the whole region of the Azores, but also Europe. I am very pleased to I'm very pleased to announce that we will have a very big goal, which is to create this sustainable
forma imediata, a gabinete de arquitetura
cabinet that will work to surveil the whole Atlantic. And also we will create a new cabinet called José Azevedo. And we also will try and rehabilitate, together with IPMA, until 2026, a new observatory for climate in the Atlantic. This observatory will be finished in 2027, and it will cost approximately 2 million euros funded by the regional government and IFMA, especially in the installation of equipment and facilities. We will also renovate the observatory of Pico Island, located at its peak. Also, in another perspective, the Azores have tried to recognize internationally its importance in the Atlantic. We have a very big geostrategic and geopolitical importance, and this should also be used in terms of analysis and research, and this will be made even more possible with the creation of an observatory in Horta, in the island of Faial. This is another example, and another big example is the building of the headquarters of ESA in Santa Maria Island, which will have a new place to study aerospace. And these are just examples that we give that are the focus of the regional government of the Azores in order to develop and in a prosperous way the Azores. We have everything articulated between all of these stakeholders in order to find all together from the mainland, Portugal, Europe and worldwide, internationally, to have common strategies. Okay. We appeal to the common responsibility. Climate change has no boundaries, no geographical boundaries. We ask for a collective responsibility. We, the Azores, are an example of public ruling and new constructions that are example of what we should follow. Also, we will have a scientific ship that soon will be part of the regional government that will be studying our oceans. And as well in Horta Faial we will have a sector that will more about our oceans. So these are just examples how in the Azores we have strategic projects and rulings that should be example to the topic that we're discussing here. We have always had a very global perspective, and this is what Mr. Durão Barroso will talk afterwards. I hope that this will be an open dialogue between us here in the audience and the ones speaking remotely, but who have the same share in and aims, that share the same aims, a more fair and sustainable future. Thank you so much for being here and for your participation.
Prezadas empresados, delegados, colegas y amigos. Thank you for inviting me to make this video presentation to your important conference on weather, climate and economy. Extreme weather has had a profound impact on society throughout human history and is now dramatically shaping our lives and those of future generations. We have seen from successive reports of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that the Mediterranean is one of the most vulnerable regions to the impacts of rising temperatures. This is not a future scenario. It is happening now. Many parts of Europe, including Portugal, suffered from extreme heat this summer. This pushed health systems to the brink and had a major impact on health, agriculture, energy, and tourism. The Mediterranean Sea was hit by a severe heat wave, and this, in turn, helped drive the high temperatures online in June. This has been coupled by drought and wildfires in a number of countries. The economic cost runs into billions of euros, not to mention the toll on the environment and ecosystems. The question is, what can we do to limit the future impact of extreme weather on our lives and livelihoods? My message today is straightforward. We must come together locally, nationally, regionally, and globally to develop the science and services required to build resilience. But science alone is not enough. We also need trust, and we need action. Portugal, with its scientific leadership and deep awareness of climate vulnerability, has a critical role to play. At the World Meteorological Organization, we know that when data flows and communities act, lives are saved. This is why the Early Warnings for All initiative, launched by the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres in 2022, is so vital. Its goal is to ensure that every person on Earth is protected by a multi-hazard early warning system by the end of 2027. This is ambitious, but it's essential. Progress is being made, but we are not there yet. For every dollar invested in early warning system, there is a return of more than tenfold in avoided losses. These are investments in our future. Let us not be remembered for having the knowledge and failing to act. Let us instead be known as a generation that used science to protect lives, that choose solidarity over silence. Thank you. Muito obrigada.
Passamos a palavra ao chefe de divisão do Clima e Alterações Climáticas do IPMA, Ricardo Deus, que nos fará uma apresentação sobre contextualização.
Now we will listen to Ricardo Deus, who is the Chief of Division of Climate and Climate Changes from the Portuguese Institute of Sea and the Atmosphere. Good afternoon, everyone, and those who are watching at home. Special salute to the President of the Regional Government of the Azores and the President of IPMA and the representative of the Portuguese Republic here in the room. I would just like to start by highlighting both messages from IPMA and the Regional Government of the Azores, looking forward towards the sea as a very important resource, and this is a very important message that I would like to highlight. This is the explanation of what IPMA is in science, scientifically speaking, technologically speaking, innovation, and the provision of services in the field of the sea and the atmosphere. The meteorological and climatic coming into our lexicon, it's what we can identify here, a group of words that almost everyone here is using on a daily basis. And this is a proof of how this is very important and has an impact in our lives. We have these words like heat waves and drought and fast flood have gained importance towards this our everyday life. If we look at the news, and lots of flash news open up with climate change, weather reports, and extreme weather, and all these words and climatic meteorological terms coming into our lexicon. On the other hand, as obvious as it is, all these new words and phenomena gives us the sense of what's new, what's the satellite images of typhoons, of hurricanes, and of extreme weather, and that makes it all very new and very contemporary. So these words have come to stay, and they will stay in our everyday life. Not always for the good reasons, but nevertheless, they will be here. This number of words is related to extreme weather phenomenons, like extreme heat, heavy rainfall, drought, fire weather, and ocean. Weather is changing, and we cannot deny this. It's undeniable, and it's present in our everyday lives. And this is a reflection of what we see. For example, with fire, with wildfires, prolonged droughts, which are happening throughout the globe in places where it was not meant to or was not used to. It's happening. For example, heavy rainfall. Someone talked about this earlier. The south of Spain, a couple of months back. Yes, the rain values were out of the scale. And this is in fact happening, and this is why it makes us wonder and investigate and try to understand these phenomena. Why is this happening? This is a scheme that I would like to explain what we consider to be happening in climate, changes under a new climate. What you can see is that there's a shift, there's a change with the extreme events in the middle of what we were used to has now shifted towards a warmer and the extremes that didn't happen before now happen and have a huge impact in our society, especially in our temperature. Clearly we have a hotter climate where we're beating records every month on the highest recorded temperature high in lots of cities. It has to do with global heating. And why? Why is this happening? We consider this system to be unstable. Why? Because everything that has to do with climate change has to do with this energy balance. If we consider that the energy that comes from the sun towards the earth and the outgoing energy that comes out of the earth, we are now in an unbalanced situation where we have more incoming solar energy with an excess of energy accumulating and makes it unbalanced. So there's less outgoing energy due to the greenhouse gases, which makes for the atmosphere, land, ice, and ocean to heat. And therefore, all the support of the climate change is based in this stable climate concept. And why? because the greenhouse gases that are forcing climate change, they are transforming short wavelength radiation into long wavelength radiation. And it's a thermic fluctuation. So there's a heating cycle that self feeds itself, and this is basically the theory behind the greenhouse gases that are forcing climate change. What it has to have to do with the measurement of greenhouse gases. We can look at these charts, and we can a series of data sheets of carbon dioxide, methane, and all of them reflect a growing rate, forever growing rate. And this is clearly a signal, or this is proof of what's happening at the surface of the planet. It's really happening as a greenhouse effect measurement. There is also a lab in Terceira Island here in the Azores, and also the profile of the data gathered is the same as the previous ones. It's all rising on a straight line, getting hotter by the year. And they all aligned with the data from several atmospheric observatories. This is one of the main conditions that explain what has been happening to the weather lately. Without a doubt, the atmosphere will get hotter every year, and it's a little out of our measurement models, but it's getting there. Well, as a consequence of the concentration of all those elements, previous elements that are rising, so does the surface air temperature evolution getting hotter. Human influence has warmed the climate at a rate that is unprecedented in at least the last 2,000 years. Those are data that there are a number of elements that are collected in the south and northern poles of the planet, and icy places where they can measure the changes in climate, and it's undoubtable that it's what we consider to be observed is warming, is unprecedented in more than 2,000 years. It has been close to the same values and the same measurements recorded in the previous models of the elements observed. Nevertheless, the overall surface air temperature, its evolution, it's the same as the patterns as the same as before. In a global scale, a global warming, air surface temperature is rising. 2024 was first calendar year to exceed on average the values of 1.5 centigrade above that level. It was plus 0.72 centigrades above the average value for the period 1991-2020. There are hotspots in the world where the heat change has higher effects, and there would be called hotspots. Regarding Europe, European warming is greater 1% than the rest of the globe. It fits the same profile, global profile. Nevertheless, it has 1 plus 1 centigrade value over the rest. As the same as earth wind, so is the sea surface temperature and marine heat wave. So I got some data from Marine Life, from ERAS, reference period 1991 to 2020. And now we are talking about heat waves in the ocean. This is an example of what happened in June 2025. If we look at the Atlantic, there's a hub of regions where temperatures have been 3-4 degrees above average. And these are persistent values, and this is also a warning, a red flag that we have to look at the sea surface temperature, not only land surface temperature. We're talking about 5 degrees shifts. It's very, very impacting and very concerning. So the mean sea level as a global has been rising, although I would like to say something that's not very observable or very visible, but 10 centimeters up the sea level is very concerning. So we have to look at this data with very alarmed eyes. There are also regions where the temperature shift is not so high, and there will be no so higher consequences in marine biology and life and land life. Regarding Portugal mainland climate changes, we have air temperature and temperature extremes, temperature indicators, and heat wave. We've had 64 records of maximum air temperature extremes. This is a lot in 2024 only. This is very important for health, for human health, because during nighttime, animal life and also man's life rest and recover from daily life. So what happens with these temperatures, and this is not happening, we are always under temperature stress, and this makes it for a non-very healthy mental state afterwards. We've been having a lot more heat waves events throughout the 30 years, and it has a huge impact in people's life. Last year only we had 8 heat waves, 4 during spring, 2 during summertime, which would be typical, and 2 during winter time. And it's not normal at all. And if we go back to 2023, we had 7 heat waves. It has a huge impact on man's life. Now looking at precipitation, their values has been decreasing, 25 to 20 millimeters per decade, despite being diminishing. Curiously, the number of days where heavy rains happen is also on the rise, so there's a small balance between the loss of days where it rained with the heavy raining of the days where it rains. And this is very important, the meteorological drought with highest frequency and intensity in the last 25 years. Just in Portugal, we had 5 intense droughts since the year 2000. And this has had disruptive effects of climate change. And we can look at a global scenario. The number of days in heat waves will increase. Worst scenario, we can have 30 days a year above normal. Worst case scenario. the increase of the annual temperature up to 5 degrees Celsius in 2100. Will be greater in the south and inland than in the north and coastal areas. And this is an imbalance that will have a threat to marine ecosystems. This is also important. Also the north and south. So this is a threat to marine ecosystems, and this is the increase of the mean sea surface temperature and decrease of salinity has an impact in marine ecosystems. And I think it will happen something very normal, that there will show up different species, different types of fish and different types of marine life will reach our shores. It's also important data. And it's very important that we keep talking about these subjects and try to mitigate its effects. And also, and I'm just wrapping up, the circulation patterns change, which means that the change on atmospheric and ocean circulating patterns influences the warmer conditions and makes that some regions in the world are completely different a couple of years later. Let's just imagine here in the Azores that if we change a little degrees up north, it's a completely different region, and all marine and all land life would change drastically. The lost land areas and shoreline retreat. In a worst case scenario, it's expected at least to lose 0.197 square kilometers until 2100. This is also an extreme situation. The sea level, it's projected to increase up to 1.15 meters. Poses significant threats to water resources and agroforestry in mainland Portugal, especially in the southern regions. And days with exceptionally heavy precipitation increasing up to 4 days per year, and this brings some coastal hazards that will have a threatening coastal infrastructure and communities. And this is also very important to study because it has extreme coastal erosion resulting from heavy rain, flooding phenomena, and it's concerning scenarios that we have to have in mind. So this is just an exercise. What does 1.5 half of a centigrade degree in global mean, and what difference does it make in the world? So we're talking about the doubling of the world population exposed to this extreme. So I mean that defrosting that would happen in every 100 years would happen in every 10 years. We are talking about the number of coral reefs affected will be almost 99%. The number of fish to fish would also be more, from 1.5 million tons to 3 million tons of the reduction of the fishing catch. And I would like to end my presentation with my final message, saying that the extreme phenomena does not surprise the scientific community. What is surprising is their magnitude and their impacts. And this is what it keeps challenging us. And I will thank you very much.
obrigada pela apresentação.
Thank you so much for your
Temos
presentation.
connosco em direto o ex-presidente da
Next, we have live with us the President João Manuel Durão Barroso, who will talk about the public politics of European Union and the geostrategic analysis of climate change. It is a pleasure to be here today, to be here in the Azores with this important conference of IPMA. Namely, I want to apologize for not being here in local, face to face with you. But there was unpredictable reasons that I could not unbook, and I could not be here present. And it's always a pleasure to be back to the Azores. I want to also congratulate all organizers, especially IPMA, to have organized this conference in the Azores, which is the ideal place to organize such a conference. Also, I want to congratulate the President of the Regional Government of the Azores, Dr. Bolieiro, also Pedro Catarino, the representative of the Republic in the Azores. Also want to greet all the municipal representatives here, mayors, deputies, and audience in general. I was asked to talk about witnessing climate changes around us, and I will focus on that, but not with the scientific reasons. And difficulties aspect. I will also talk how geopolitics affect the climate agenda. In truth, I'm very proud to say that during my two presidencies in UN, I always had present the climate agenda. Some measures were mentioned previously, Kyoto Agreement, and other studies were always something present in my first presidency. For example, in 2024, we launched and approved unanimously a deal between all European Union states that and this deal is until today a reference in terms of politics in global, and it was known as 2020. Because the main goals were to reduce the gas emissions by 2020 compared to 1990. Secondly, the aim was to minimize 20% the use of energy in the European Union. And thirdly, the main goal was to reduce 20% of the inefficiency of energy use. In order to face these goals, we had some tools to help us, and these tools were, for example, the creation of a market
créditos de emissões,
of emission credits
e também iniciativas no campo diplomático
and
global.
diplomatic initiatives
Criámos
that
assim um
were
sistema de
created globally.
de emissões, conhecido como ETS,
Also, we created ITS
metas objetivos obrigatórios, isto é, regulativo,
that
ao nível nacional, que
created limits to energy use.
criámos e adotámos normas de eficiência.
We also created rules of efficiency for vehicles and other appliances that we use in our daily life. So we made regulation about this use. And we also approved and participated actively in international deals, agreements that that some of them did not advance as we wanted, like COP15. And we also prepared the land for more energy efficiency to be aimed until 2014. It's very challenging to approve these rules and laws when you have so much diversity in the European Union. In 2007-2009, we managed to get some unanimous approvals. And what we learned at that time was that sometimes the best way to solve a problem is to enlarge the problem. We would never have reached agreements in terms of climate change if we hadn't gone a bit further and make people understand that there was, in fact, climate change occurring. So also we have a lot of focus on the safety of energy use. This pressure was already felt by the use of Russia and its domain of energy use and production. And then we had to approve a deal about how to use energy and its costs, enlarging it to other countries of the European Union. It was based on this agreement. It was regarding this deal, 2020-20. We created a roadmap 2050, which aimed at the reduction of 80% of the reduction of gas emissions. Some of these goals were already accomplished. Now I'm going to talk about briefly about the difficulties that we face and the challenge that we face nowadays. When we had the euro financial crisis, this crisis led that some countries would not consider important the climate change crisis. And it was not a main focus of the agenda, the political agenda. Even so, we made it possible. We made it a priority. We also made Eastern countries of Europe to also focus on climate change. And these countries are the ones more dependent on energy produced by coal. We had some criticism on our excessive liberal market that would be contradictory with our goals. And there was also criticism to the excessive ruling, strict laws created by the European Union. Okay. So we always try to avoid two extremes. From one side, there was the skepticals, the ones that deny, that say that there's no climate change problem. There's even an example of a book written by a Czech president who stated that there was no climate change and no need for climate action. And this was said by a president of a country of our European Union. But truthfully, I need to focus in a more sensitive topic, and that is how some people try to use climate change action as a radical way of fighting. These people just blame capitalism and social societies. And these societies face a lot of problems with inefficiency in the use of energy. So there was always some radical movements that were against climate action. So these were all difficulties that we had to face in order to proceed with the climate action. Okay. So this was a constraint to the creation of a public and social policy in the European Union towards climate action. All experts analyzed these movements, and even though we managed to go forward and create a common policy of climate change in Europe, we were able to create fundings called Green Deal, that had to do with the use of carbon. And this was launched by Commissioner van der Leyen. We also tried to make regulations between environmental policies and economic policies. And we also made Europe as a superpower in the ruling of what are the guidelines for climate awareness and ruling in terms of politics. Now let's see more concrete difficulties that we had to face in the zero politics. So my honesty and my sincerity has been growing a lot, so I can speak freely intellectually, and I can even be less diplomatic. And I apologize to the diplomatic audience that are here. But in fact, I am very worried with the impact of our politics in the laws that we create. The biggest polluters in the world are China and the United States. And, for example, the United States are contributing for 30% of the ones creating more waste production and gas emissions, also per capita. And China comes next with being the biggest producers of emissions per capita. Other countries have a smaller responsibility in terms of emissions, like India, but we expect a lot from India because it is expected to increase a lot its industry. And I know well the position of politicians in India, and I know that they will not accept any vinculative, any mandatory ruling coming from the European Union. So we estimate that 5 to 7% of global emissions are from Europe, but we tend to diminish these emissions. We keep a leadership on this issue worldwide. China has a lot of investment in fossil fuels. For example, they keep on opening power plants based on coal. And they keep massively building these power plants. And I was recently in China and criticized this directly to them. But they also dominate the use of solar panels, for example. And they also use more and more the use of green energies, for example, in green batteries, renewable batteries, and green cars, electric vehicles. But we are in dialogue with China so that it keeps on decreasing its use of non-renewable energies. The position of the United States is even more complicated because they have a position that it's very skeptical. They're completely against the political agenda of this topic. President Trump, I want to remind you, I think I can share with you a conversation that I had with President Trump. That when I was trying to prepare our climate agenda, I was told that I should never believe in any president of the United States that would comply and obey to any agreement about climate action. So I was told this in a funny way, in a very honest way. But it has been until now a limitation that we had. For example, President Obama had a very liberal approach to climate action, but he, in the Copenhagen conference in 2009,
aqueles que estavam
He was in a conference room together with Angela Merkel and President Sarkozy,
à altura o Reino Unido fazia parte da Europeia,
also Brown from the United Kingdom,
Reinfeldt,
then
da Suécia. Bom, e
President Reinfeldt from Sweden, and
mas vocês estão com posições muito ambiciosas e não há memória
And it was told to all of us, I'm sorry guys, but you have very ambitious goals here in this conference.
foi ter com a China, com a Rússia, com a Índia, com o Brasil.
So
Obviamente, posições muito
President Obama just gathered around the BRICS, which are the Russian, China's, Brazil, other countries that were on the other opposite ending of what we were fighting for.
era pena que, estando nós no caminho sempre, ele não pudesse estar connosco, porque a Europa, a União Europeia,
So analyzing this,
eram estes países
I have to admit that the European Union,
da Suíça,
that Liechtenstein, Norway and Sweden
estes eram
were the countries
que defendiam uma maior ambição na agenda.
that defended a more ambitious agenda towards the study of climate change.
Mas a verdade é que
In fact, President Obama did not do any effort to sign the Conference of Paris.
sabendo perfeitamente que esse decreto que
It just signed a decree.
porque o Presidente Trump, logo no seu primeiro mandato, a primeira coisa que fez, ou uma das primeiras coisas que fez, foi sair
And he really didn't sign the agreement because President Trump, the first thing that he signed when he was elected president was to exit this agreement.
da administração Trump volta a sair.
And again, in his second presidency, when he was re-elected, again he left this agreement, showing his extreme position against climate action agenda.
O republicano de 2008, quando ele diz drill, baby, drill,
So this is an example is when he says in 2008, drill baby drill, so showing his investment in fossil fuels.
a leitura das intervenções do
And for that I advise you to read some statements by Chris Wright.
of progress, not an existential crisis. Não é uma ameaça existencial.
He wrote something that the climate changes were not an existential crisis or threat.
Nós temos é mais progresso,
What we need, he defended that we needed more progress, more investment,
ameaças ao clima, mas não justifica
that we shouldn't be so worried about the climate changes. This was an example of the position of North American and the United States towards this agenda.
aprovou o IRA, chamado Inflation Reduction Act,
Even when President Biden approved the act called IRA,
objetivos vinculativos,
he signed an agreement but not setting clear the goals of it towards climate action. What he did, it would just approve subsidies to help
investimento da Europa para os Estados Unidos.
those who suffer from consequences from climate change.
Ou em matéria de renováveis,
For example, subsidies to the use of lithium batteries or renewable batteries.
nem os democratas, nem com
So I have to leave clear that not Democrats or Republicans, Biden with President Biden or President Obama, did any big step to be in agreement with us in our policies in European Union.
Vejamos bem qual é agora o papel da União Europeia.
So what is our part now as
o Reino Unido não
the European
estando
Union.
na União Europeia foi um dos principais artífices da política climática da União Europeia.
We,
Posso dizer,
I can say it honestly, the European Union has been the biggest and strongest defender of the climate agenda.
teria sido muito difícil nós apoiarmos. Temos o apoio necessário.
During Tony Blair, Prime Minister of the UK, in 2007-2009, he it was him with other countries of NATO from the north area that really contributed for real building of legislation that would be changing towards the climate change agenda. Or what I see now in the European Union, there's a backup towards green action. And this is visible lately. And recently, for example, the Labour Party has even acknowledged that some of the policies created by the European Union are doomed to fail. And this goes against the policies that were created previously by Tony Blair. So this opposition movement to climate change is increasing, and it's a very big one. For example, in France, it's called Geozone. And, for example, they're very skeptical, and they would even increase the price of non-renewable energies. And they would do giant marches and manifestations on the streets in the main capital of the European Union. And we also had lots of movements of the industry in Europe who said that climate action was going against its competitiveness. So they were very skeptical about our policies, especially to end the production of combustion engines used in cars. And meanwhile, we've seen lately that it was not Europe that won the battle of the use of electric cars, but yes, China, for example. The countries more dependent from coal, like Poland, never really had a focus on the climate agenda. And they gained some benefits with subsidies for energy safety. But they never really saw the climate agenda as a priority. We also have some denial, negationism, and denial, skepticism from Brussels that don't see this as a problem. Commissioner Kim Amas for example, made some excessive arguments against climate action that now are being debated and not confirmed at all.
procurando, aliás, abandonar uma agenda para o crescimento, que obviamente não tem qualquer apoio a nível social da Europa. A isto procuram alguns responder com o chamado
To all of these skepticism, we try to reply with some mechanisms. For example, we try to protect the European industry who need to use carbon energy. But we try to make this industry use it to the minimum. And this new agreement between van der Leyen and Donald Trump, it's a deal that, in my perspective, Europe loses. Because there's more taxes in the borders, and we have learned this in the past when we tried to put taxes to countries, between countries of Europe and other countries like Brazil, India, Russia. And we proved that European products would be more accepted in other countries. And this was proved untrue because of the aviation taxes. We pay more taxes between countries in Europe, for example, than to countries like China.
China, Índia, bom, a Rússia, nem vale a pena falar, porque na realidade está contra esta agenda climática.
So, talking about India and China, and let's not talk about Russia because it's a country completely against this agenda. Actually, these countries, when they get to the international conferences, what they want is financial compensation. They want compensation for what they considered it's their climate argument. So they identify the countries that pollute the world, and then they just demand to be compensated for it. So they're like the outsourcing of these objectives, and they feel that should not pay for it or create any ruling towards it. We think that we should always have in mind the most vulnerable countries and outermost regions, small islands and archipelagos that are in danger of sea level rise that could doom its own existence. And I'm thinking about underdeveloped countries, for example in Africa, which don't like Europe to set rules with some conditions. So they see it as something that will minimize their economic development. Globally speaking, it is important to have the feeling of ownership. For countries to think that the existence of our country and the species, it's something that regards everyone. It's global. It's a global concern. But in these countries, there's no such perspective. Talking about international cooperation and the management of crisis, I have to acknowledge the absence of the leadership of the United
e uma União Europeia que, em larga medida, continua
there's
isolada.
a strict position from China, and there's, of course, our way of seeing this process in the European Union.
Não vale nada liderar,
So
olharmos
it's not worthwhile leading, being a leadership and creating protocols
é essencial para o êxito da descarbonização.
between countries that do not have the same goals in common. For example, the use of less carbon fuels. And for that, it's essential for us to have a global agreement.
Com os atuais elementos, mantendo as atuais tendências, será mesmo quase impossível
So keeping the current tendencies, we would love to be zero in carbon by 2035. If we would have these measures that were approved so far in a constant and leveled way, in 2035 the European Union would decrease 2% of. So it's not the European Union who's making an effort. We make an effort, but we need to have the support and common effort of the United States, of China, of India, etc. How to solve this problem? And I have to be very brief because time is going by. We have to think about what we have as assets. We have science. For example, you see a lot of improvement in the vaccines. We have youth on your side. And also we have the appearance of movements that have in their agenda climate awareness. The main and central question here in political terms is to find a middle term between ambition and reality. We need to find ambition and we have to think about and also consider some apocalyptic and catastrophic theories and learn from them. But let's not be extreme and think that we have to end with the capitalistic societies and capitalism. But we should fight fiercely all of the people that are in denial, that say that there aren't any changes in climate and that deny the facts and figures shown by scientific studies. So we just have to be aware that this is a real threat. The global warming exists. So what I say is that the warmer temperature is on Earth, the cooler our heads have to be in order to think about ways to solve it. We need to fight against climate change. Yes, we do. In terms of politics, we have the tools to make it possible. So we have to follow certain principles. We have to always, first of all, believe and get knowledge from science. We have to support always the scientific data given to us. Secondly, we have to find new policies in the technological context.
descarbonização em 2050, mas que há potencial imenso.
There's a lot of potential in artificial intelligence to help us minimize the use of carbon till 2050. For example, we can create tools that will help us use better, for example, hydrogen or fishing nets that the artificial intelligence can help us with find these solutions. And thirdly, we should avoid waste of fundings that it's been going on in some countries. For example, paying a fine over the use of certain resources. Or what we have to do is see that the more vulnerable people should be educated towards better use of energy and not punish them, and because they're more illiterate. So we have to teach them to be more efficient in the use of their resources. Like the government, the president of the regional government of the Azores said well, that this subject is also cannot continue to be seen as something that is an issue from other people. No, we have to see it as our own issue, something that starts at your house. It's not just the part of your part of the boat, of the ship that is sinking. You have to see the whole ship. And again, I will use the words of the regional president of the Azores by saying that we need to use intelligence to help us build strategies towards the fight against climate change. Finally, I'm very happy to see that it's in the Azores that we see this common effort. And the president of the regional government, Mr. Bolieiro, giving a central position and importance to the Azores, making the climate change important for the geostrategic agenda. And I congratulate him for everything that he's doing in the Azores, making it the first sustainable tourism location in Portugal. So this location of the Azores is very visible in terms of tourism, but not only in tourism. We should always search a sustainable development that aims at the balance between rational, fair politics in Europe and also between other countries, and we have this leadership responsibility to bring these countries towards our aims and to cooperate. Thank you so much.
Avançamos agora para a palestra sobre os impactos sociais e económicos das alterações climáticas no quadro geoestratégico global, que será apresentada pelo assessor sénior em Política para o Clima e Oceano do Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute, Kiliparthi Ramakrishna.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, boa tarde. It is a great honor and a privilege to join you in the Azores, an extraordinary meeting point of ocean, climate, and economy, and to speak on the of climate change on a global geostrategic framework. I'm particularly pleased to go after that brilliant presentation by the former President of the European Commission, where he really laid out the politics of what it takes in a world of about 194 countries to come to any agreement, and particularly one that is as pervasive as we had heard from both the President of the Regional Government of Azores as well as President of IPMA, as well as the Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization. So I want to thank the Presidency of the Azores, the Government of Portugal, and the Portuguese Institute for the Sea and Atmosphere for their leadership in convening this timely and forward-looking discussion. Allow me to begin with a couple of stories. Anote Tong, he was the president of Kiribati, a small island in the South Pacific, from 2003 to 2016. And he said, we are spending more money on moving our cemetery away from the eroding coast than on educating our children. Think about that for a minute. I'm sure you have heard about this and read in the newspapers that Tuvalu's population is seeking, more than 70% of the population is seeking to relocate to Australia under a new climate visa. Why? Because rising seas are threatening to erase their homeland. Our UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, a proud son of Portugal and an unflinching advocate for the ocean, warned in Togo last year when he said, this is a crazy situation. Rising seas are a crisis entirely of humanity's making, with no lifeboat to take us back to safety. These words underscore the moral clarity of the crisis. Island nations, including Azores, and island nations that contribute almost nothing to global emissions, yet face existential threats. All of this brings us to the stark choice before us, whether to honor the past or invest in the future as it captures the human face of climate change. It is not a distant scenario. It is happening now, as we heard from Ricardo from IPMA, and it captures the human face of climate change in communities from the Pacific to the Atlantic, and yes, even right here in the Azores. And the president of Azores talked about the Hurricane Lorenzo and its devastating impact. For years, climate change was seen largely as an environmental challenge. Today, it is one of the defining forces shaping power, prosperity, and stability worldwide. Melting Arctic sea ice is opening shipping lanes that may reduce transit times by up to 40%, shifting global logistics and strategic competition. If you think that is an advantage, think for a moment the impact of the sea level rise that it would have on low-lying coastal states and islands. Droughts, heat waves, sea level rise are displacing millions. The World Bank estimates that over 130 million people could be pushed into poverty by 2030. This is despite several development decades that the United Nations has been working to improve the lot of the poor people. Weather and climate-related disasters caused $250 billion in losses in 2023 alone, more than half of that amongst countries, by countries that can least afford to deal with it. And again, the president of Azores talked about the Lorenzo's impact on the budgets in this part of the world. And yet, within this challenge has a remarkable opportunity, and that's what I would like to talk about, the blue economy. Ocean already supports 3 billion livelihoods and generates more than $2.5 trillion annually. You should forgive me, I'm using dollars, not euros, but I come from United States, and these are the numbers available there, in goods and services. By 2030, the ocean economy could double, powered by sustainable fisheries and aquaculture, projected to meet over 50% of global seafood demand. Offshore renewable energy. I had the opportunity to speak with the president of IPMA and the great plans that Portugal has. But when these are installed, the capacity could exceed 400 gigawatts by 2050. Blue biotechnology and marine genetic resources, something that is regulated nicely in the BBNJ agreement, Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdictions, which will enter into force this year. We're talking about $6.4 billion market by 2030, and that could exceed quite dramatically. Shipping and ports. I had the opportunity to be on the ship that Andrew Forrest from Minderoo Foundation in Australia brought, that runs by ammonia. He brought it both to Dubai for the climate conference as well as to Nice in France for the UNOC 3. Undergoing a green transition, decarbonization of shipping that could cut more than 1 billion tons of carbon dioxide emissions annually. These are trillions of dollars of opportunities, but only if we manage oceans sustainably, equitably, and with foresight. As someone who had spent much of his adult life, that is me, in negotiation halls of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, I can attest that voices like Portugal, linking science, history, and forward thinking, and forward-looking economic vision have immense influence. Portugal, with one of the world's largest exclusive economic zones with more than 1.7 million square kilometers, is uniquely positioned. The Azores stands at the crossroads of Europe, Africa, and the Americas, a true oceanic bridgehead with global resonance. And I must say, listening to the president of the Azores, it fills me with hope. The plans that he had outlined for a Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, and collaboration with IPMA in having a global observatory for Atlantic, and a number of other initiatives are really quite extraordinary. The leadership of Portugal is not theoretical. It is practical and bold. Just weeks ago, Portugal designated a new marine protected area around Goringo Ridge, home to more than 850 species, increasing Portugal's ocean protection to 27% of its waters, well ahead of the global 30 by 30 goal. And when you combine that with the announcement by the president of Azores today that 30% of the waters from here would also become part of the marine protected area, it immediately takes Portugal to beyond 30 by 30, and that is a phenomenal advance and something that the world can look up to and do what it must. Our Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, noted at UNOC 3 that the Portugal's decision to establish a massive new marine protected area around the Goringo Ridge brings the country's ocean protection to 27%, a global benchmark showing moral clarity and global leadership. For too long, island and coastal nations have been portrayed as vulnerable on the frontiers of climate change. Vulnerable they may be, but they are also innovators and leaders, and I want to share with you some examples. Mauritius, after an oil spill disaster, built world-class marine monitoring and safety systems. Fiji pioneered climate relocation policies now studied by major countries. If I can bring in United States for a moment, a couple of examples. Research by Linwood Pendleton for the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Foundation found that non-consumptive coastal activities like scuba diving, surfing, tide pooling generate far more economic benefit, roughly 115 million, versus what has been historically the case, about 2.5 million for consumptive fishing tourism. And again, an example that I heard already being addressed in the case of the Azores. Another example from the United States, estuaries and coasts, covering just 13% of the US land area, support 43% of the population and account for 49% of economic output, underlining the enormous value in coastal ecosystem services. So we really need to get it right. Portugal has gone from vulnerability to leadership. It hosted a fantastic conference, United Nations Ocean Conference in Lisbon 3 years ago, and made mighty contributions to the UN Ocean Conference in Nice, and it is pushing bold ocean action outcomes at COP30 in Belém, Brazil. The message from Portugal is powerful. What some see as a risk, Portugal sees it as an opportunity to lead. This approach is resonating globally because it is precisely what the new climate economy demands: courage, innovation, and the willingness to act beyond national boundaries. Together, we can turn vulnerability into leadership. If I may share a personal note, I have listened to negotiators talk about the crises that they're facing at the home front. Some really make you think, some actually make you emotionally involved with them. But I want to give you something that is not that central in terms of making your body shake, but nonetheless something that you want to think about long and hard. A delegate from a low-lying island nation said, "We are negotiating for our survival, but you are negotiating for your advantage." Those of you that listened to the EC president just now know exactly what the negotiators were talking about. That statement changed the tone of the talks. It reminded us that climate diplomacy is not abstract. It is about people, homes, cultures, and futures. Portugal's science-driven approach with IPMA's trusted data and forecasts shows how we can bridge moral urgency with political consensus. So what is the path forward? Well, we have the tools. Advanced climate and ocean observation. The Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization spoke about that at length, including those developed by IPMA. Rising global investment. Prince Albert of Monaco hosted Business, Economy, and Finance Forum in Monaco, and that produced $15.5 billion, and we need to do more of that. Strong multilateral frameworks. We have the climate agreement, we have the BBNJ agreement, and more is coming in the way, and we need to work with them. But our window is narrowing. We must accelerate. We need to accelerate decarbonizing shipping and ports. We need to scale up offshore renewables. We need to invest in climate-resilient infrastructure and building a workforce ready for a sustainable ocean economy. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, climate change is reshaping our world, but it need not define our destiny. The blue economy, if pursued wisely, offers trillions of dollars in new value, millions of jobs, and a foundation for stability and peace. Portugal's leadership, from Lisbon to Nice and now toward Belém, shows the way, and the Azores remind us of something profound. Even the most remote islands can shape global futures. Let me close with the words of Antonio Guterres. The ocean is life. The ocean is livelihoods. The ocean binds humanity together. Yet, the ocean is under threat as never before. We must turn the tide. So, let us together turn the tide. In our response to climate change, in our embrace of ocean-based opportunity, and in our commitment to a safe and prosperous future for all. Thank you very much. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigada pela apresentação.
Can you
Seguidamente, damos a palavra ao Presidente do Conselho Nacional de Ambiente e Desenvolvimento Sustentável, Filipe Duarte Santos, que nos irá
Thank you for your
falar sobre
attention.
as
So
alterações
next we're going
climáticas
to
em quadro
give
global e nacional.
the floor to the President of the National Council for Environment and Sustainable Development, Dr. Filipe Duarte Santos.
Muito boa tarde a todos e todas.
Good afternoon to all of you.
Representante da República pela
First, I would
região
like to
autónoma
greet the
dos Açores,
Republic
Pedro
representative,
Catarino,
Dr.
Sr. Presidente
Pedro
do
Catarino,
Governo Regional dos Açores, Manuel
and also
Bolieiro,
the
Sr.
President of the
Presidente
Regional Government, Dr.
colaboramos
José
muito
Manuel
durante
Bolieiro, also the President of IPMA, Dr. José Guerreiro. I was thinking about how different it is, the idea between a scientist and a politician after all of these arguments presented with the other speakers. In this matter of climate change, and after I heard Dr. Durão Barroso, what he said, I think that the news are not good. The news are not good, and I was, and when he was telling these things, I feel the need to say, as a scientist, that yes, things are difficult, things are not okay, and there's not the existential peril, but we need to think about the decrease on quality of life. I think we need to give some hope to this difficult situation that we're facing. Everything that he spoke about were very wise things, but they're not glued to reality. A scientist is always glued to facts and observation, analysis of data, and to conclusions that we can reach from this data. So for me, personally, I want to, of course, thank you for the invitation to be here with you all. And I want to recall that I was part of the Climate Action Pact by invitation of the regional government, and that's why again it's a big pleasure to be here with you all. And we have to acknowledge the persistence of the European Union to be leader on this question, on this action, and leaders at the level of the environment defense. But what I think is that the climate changes are a problem of justice, of fairness, and that calls attention to the next generations. We need to think about how our grandchildren, our children, our great-grandchildren will find the world. will the world be here? Will we continue to develop and thrive? But will the conditions be more difficult? For sure. I've already spent some time here with the introduction. But I'll show a few slides that talk about the story or the history of talking about climate and climate change. It's a very recent fact and preoccupation. So it showed up in 1972 in a conference in Stockholm after World War II, in which a lot of rulers had problems with the baby boom situation, the increase of population after World War II. So a lot of countries had doubts about the development. So they gathered in this conference in which some renowned leaders were present, like Indira Gandhi from India. Then in 1992 there was Rio conference that was also very impactful. And in the realization that there was climate change occurring. In this conference there was President Bush and President Bush the father. Also in an assembly that took place in 2015. A lot of it was very important because 15 goals were established by the European Union. The IPCC was established in 1888, and the United Nations created a series of reports. Six reports that were published in 1990 that had been scrutinized and analyzed in detail in the scientific at the scientific level. From this document, we have summaries that are what the governments have at their hands as studies. One evidence is that the CO2 gas emission of carbon dioxide is increasing, and this is very visible. So things are not improving. Things are getting worse. According to Dr. Ricardo Deus, this shows well the situation. It's not the first time that Earth has big concentrations of carbon dioxide. But now we have a more visible decrease of 420 at a giant scale that we are not able to observe by Earth. 50 million years ago, the concentration of carbon dioxide was much less. So the rise of temperature on the planet started to diminish, and this is the value that existed in the Miocene. And now it's visible how we have reached the maximum in terms of temperature. We in 2023 we reached a maximum. This also means that the ocean has a lot of is visibly the increase of thermal energy in the ocean. And in this graphic, we can that I really wanted to show you shows data from NASA that shows how the temperature, global temperature, is increasing, and there's a big acceleration in it. So things are getting worse, but we need to know why are they getting worse. So there's more and more energy that enters planet Earth than exits. So 70% of energy is gathered on Earth, and only half of it is released afterwards. So planet Earth is warming up more than was ever predicted. So some studies are presented, and one of them aims the Azores. So it has to do, for example, with Azores and our clouds. The more clouds you have, the higher the temperature, because they capture the heat and don't let the temperatures exit. They are an isolation. So I just have 5 minutes. So whether you like it or not, this is the truth. And the main cause for climate change is our dependency on fossil fuels. Even though a lot of countries depend on them, and it was this access to these non-renewable energies like coal, natural gas, that made some countries thrive and develop. But the energy consumption rose because of that on the 21st century, about 52% from 2000 to 2024. And now we're undergoing a digital transition, and also with artificial intelligence. These consume a huge amount of energy. So until the end of the century, what we project to happen is a big rise of temperatures on Earth. So like Dr. Durão Barroso said, by 2050, the decrease of this temperature, the rise of temperatures, and decrease of fossil fuel dependency is almost impossible. But I would like to have a better and more optimistic future view for our grandchildren. And we have answers for this situation. And those two types of answers are mitigation, just the reduction of emissions, and the other is adaptation, which is at a limbo. It's that is that it's adaptation. It's when a lot of people just think that things will get solved eventually. Um, so geoengineering is it's a possibility that studies how to use fossil fuels and technology in a positive way. And in terms of finance, this was a study published in 2025, some days ago, in July 25th. And this shows what bankers say to the finance communities, business entrepreneurs. And these bankers say that be aware that the harm caused by emissions will cost dearly and very expensive to companies if they don't go through mitigation. We already saw some measures of the European Union. In terms of Portugal, Portugal is very well in the world map. So 71% of electricity used in Portugal was from renewable energy. The previous year it was 61%. Okay, so we are ahead of countries like Italy, Poland that are much in much lower ranks. Some of our strategies for Portugal, some of our targets are the use of renewable energies by 93%, for example. Also, Portugal is part of a national strategy for adaptation to climate change that was first adopted in 2010. And it will be updated until 2030. And this climate law mandates that all municipalities take measures towards the mitigation of climate change. Another thing that are some of the challenges of the European Union is the use of electrical power plants that need to be modernized. So now this slide is not so important. This is some data from floods in Europe, and it's from the European Environment Agency, that say that, for example, 4,226 people died in the EU between 1980 and 2023 because of floods, costing a lot. The heat in Europe also is quantified, the floods, the droughts, the heat waves, also the wildfires in Europe. And this has to do with the different climate predictions. These fires can spread into wildfires because they are not signed on due time. There was much more to say, but thank you for your attention.
Now let's listen to executive partner of Crows Advisory and CEO of the Society of Strategic Evaluation and Assessment, José Poça Esteves. Good afternoon. I'd like to acknowledge all those present and thank you for the invitation. This is an opportunity to be here with you. As an economist, I'd like to make two statements. One, I've talked with a lot of people regarding climate change. I have not talked with Durão Barroso about what he talked about today. And I will speak as an economist. And these are ideas that are my personal views on this subject. I'll skip this part, and as an economist, and I think this is very important for our conversation, the evolution of the world was always connected to three forces: policy, economy, and society. These are systemic forces that work symbiotically, and you can't work with one without working with the other two. They are always linked and are always together. Policy, economy, and society. In order to have an evolution, there has to be a balance between these three powers. When there is no balance, we have confusion, and the worst that can worse is there's diseases, there's tragedies, up until a limit. The message that I want to get through is there's three forces that are working in this subject. Up until today, I'm looking at someone, professionally speaking, I'm very keen on working on a perspective, point view or viewpoint. This is what this is. This is a perspective viewpoint. Economy has always been the ball that has led the rest of the other ones. But economy works on the basis of resources that it changes and transforms into products that contribute to the wealth, to knowledge, to well-being, and of the society. And politics is linked with society and has to do with the society's choices, usually. Up until here, things have worked out more or less well. But the economy has also a lot of bad things. Economy has also bad principles, and there are two. They are widely used, and people scarcely speak of them. That are the tragedy of commons, the mismanagement of common good leads to their extinction, and the short-term trap. Excessive focus on short-term leads to excessive loss in the long term. These two principles have caused a parasitic effect on natural resources and a social tension that has been resulting in an awakening of society. So the tragedy of commons is that if you mismanage a common good, it leads to its extinction, and then it's gone, and then everyone loses from it. And then the too much focus on a short-term objective and goals that lead to an excessive loss in the long term. When there's a short-term trap, excessive focus, we usually lose a lot in the long term. What does this mean? It means that the economy have been working on these two principles, and those principles that I'm talking about have caused us, because it's a symbiotic effect, cause and effect, it has created a parasitic effect. It's a symbiosis, but it's a parasite nevertheless. And this has delayed, and this has made that society members look at a social tension that have been resulting in what we call an awakening of society. It's a social tension that has to be dealt with. And society. We're not talking about politics. We're talking about society now. Society needs things to change. And economy and society wants things to change, and politics have to follow it. Determining role of economics. This is what we can look at since industrial revolution. Economic growth has been the cornerstone of social prosperity and policy guidelines, creating the cult of growth, which is an expectation of continuous growth. That's the global GDP evolution by decade. After the Second Great War, it starts to rise. Then you have globalization. 2000s, and it rises up again, and this has given the society a sense of well-being. That's a dogma. It's the cult. It's an idea, a dogmatic idea that we are always going to be growing, and this is something that the economy does not accept, and also society doesn't accept. But this is what has been happening. If the economy grows with natural resources, if natural resources go down, economy suffers. And up until now, all the presentations have talked about this in these terms. This is the growth dilemma. In red you have economic growth, and in blue you have the emission of carbon dioxide towards the atmosphere. So economic growth has driven social prosperity, but also unsustainable environmental degradation. In the 1990s, there's this where the economy grows more, but then it's a slowing down of the economy, and then the blue emissions just keep on growing. So it's almost the same. It's an average, and we've talked about this before. The future has to be solved from that point on. And now dealing about the thermic variations, which has already been dealt with in previous presentations, but it's the same idea that we're growing. So this is the impact of climate change on the economy. Some examples, and these are non-profitable examples, so it's like tourism It's like a tourist that has a boat close to near to the sea, and then you have to maintain the boat, and it starts to be too much of an expense. So some examples that we have here: extreme weather and natural disasters. So it's 280 billion losses last year. Agriculture and food. Just in the United States, European Union, you had 28 billion losses. Health, tourism, transports and other services, climate stresses. So here, economy is going to lose. Those who invest their money will lose a lot of money. And this is important. This is how society may look at it one way, but the economy looks at it in a different way. And investors look at that with the loss of money. So if they're losing money, they look at it differently. The investment has to have some profit. So this is a pure investment, and it has to have profit in the long term. So climate growth, climate change starts to be looked at as a risk, and this risk has to be overthrown. And here I would like to speak about the relevant role of the ocean that I want to talk about here. The ocean, a platform, we have 4 million square kilometers. For those reasons, and I'm not going to read those from the presentation, there's too many reasons to look at the ocean as a strategic impulse for the economy and for the regulation of the climate system. So this is, I don't need to go deeper on this. So society is now waking up. Economy is feeling things are getting too wrong and they're losing too much money, and at the same time society is awakening for the problem, and it's the awakening of society. It's a new balance that's required. We're worried about what is the politics going to do about this, to tackle this issue. So if it's not going to be society to tackle it, they feel that politics is not going to tackle the problem. So there's some alternative solutions, zero growth, ecologic economy, circle economy, weak degrowth or decoupling. The key question would be degrowth or decoupling. It would be the economy will keep growing, and climate changes and their effects will start to go down. There's a lot of theories that you can choose from, but for me the main question is, should society will not accept the stop of growth. It won't stop its well-being. Economy also. So the path would be not to diminish growth, would be the ability to regenerate and make climate issues less predominant. New growth will not be the same as the previous one that was fueled on fossil fuels. And the effects on the planet will also not be the same if we're going to tackle the issue like that. And here with the coupling we have the role of artificial intelligence. No one knows if it's artificial intelligence. Will it stop? Will it grow? Will it keep growing? Will it have some issues? We don't. This is not short term. This is. Those were the ones that the Dr. Durand Barroso presented in his presentation. It's what we have to do now. But he also talked about, at the end, there was he talked about how it was all an idealistic way of looking at it because we have other issues to tackle. So, what does this mean? It means that in those three forces that we talked about, we start to see everything looks at that there's a new force being created that will determine evolution. It is technology with artificial intelligence. It should be the fourth force driving society. You would have economy, politics, society, and then artificial intelligence, technology. This would mean a new economy, a reinvented growth. To have growth that's reimagined, reinvented, and society is thinking about it. It has to be a new growth. And in order for this to happen, there's a factor that's very determined, that will make the difference between both antagonic ideas. That would be precisely artificial intelligence. Would be the fourth, would be a new evolutionary, systemic and determining force. Let's talk about numbers. Well, let's go back to bases. In terms of perspective, we had two main scenarios: no action scenario or green growth scenario. If the first one would be no action, don't do anything. Presently, only politics could accept this. Society will not accept this. And economy will not accept this also. Economy is also understanding that not doing anything is just making things worse. So no action scenario is not a realistic scenario. But if this were to happen, society, including economists and investors, would be losing 5 to 10% global losses of the global GDP biannually. The cost would be unacceptable. So the scenario and the other extreme scenario would be, and I've taken some different fonts and I've tried to make this, if the financial side would take us 2% of the global GDP per year, in 2050 we would have the turnaround, would be the investments would go down and profits would go up, although presently the balance is negative, so we need to have some investment and some perspective of thinking forward, and would be an investment of the 2% that would allow for the turnaround in 2050. Wow. In order to do that, it would mean let's rewind a little bit. So the main problem would be in how we would achieve this. And cooperation is the problem. The problem is not cooperation within politicians. It's between the three bubbles that we talked about, between the economy and society. And we would obligate politicians to make all the politics needed for this change. The big wave is not that one. Big wave will surpass that one. So final insights or final conclusions. No action is not a choice. Again, I would like to reinforce. I would just like to leave a message. An economy, a new economy. We talk about the blue economy, be it blue or green or whatever. It has to be blue, it has to be technological, and it has to be more intelligent. It has to do what has to be done. And with the artificial intelligence, that would be the role. And I like to say in my teachings that the future is what we make of it. So how do we make our future? Again, acting is wins help those who know how to shift their sails, and that's what I'm trying to do, to help them shift their sails. Thank you very much.
For the last presentation of this afternoon, we call Dr. Pedro Batista, the representative for Climate Agency. And we'll talk about the politics, public, national and international politics for climate change. Thank you to all in the audience, especially the ones that are still here. I greet all the present guests in the audience, especially the Republic Ministry. And it's a pleasure to be here and present the national and international policies for climate change. So today you already heard about the European Union policies, and in my specific case I will talk more about the international policy context. And in 1992, I remind you that UNFCCC was approved, and it aimed at the reduction of emissions and provide support to developing countries to deal with the adverse impacts of climate change. Every year, COP after COP, there was a lot of developments. We developed in terms of finance, planning, reporting, technical support, and give skills to the different parts to deal with climate change, and finally the dissemination of good practices, of knowledge on adaptation. Then we had the Kyoto Pro-COP, and then afterwards the Paris Agreement, which aimed at three big goals. The first one, the mitigation of emissions of global temperatures below 2%. Another goal, the increase of adaptive capacity, and boost the alignment of financial flows, finally. In a very simple way, what is the Paris Agreement? The Paris Agreement has a 5-year ambition cycle. So this agreement has to do with pacts and agreements that all of the European Union members make in order to make a compromise and keep 1.5% within reach. So this happens, these goals are made every 5 years, but then there's different movements of adaptation and giving skills and implementation of this agreement. Finally, it has to do with monitoring. And in this monitoring level, Portugal is also part of it. We report our progresses and every 5 years we also make an evaluation of what are the progresses of made in each 5 years. And afterwards there's a global discussion on what we learned during this cycle of 5 years. The first result of the GST1, the first outcome was is that we are not aligned with the goals of the Paris Agreement, and there is a draw of attention to comply with the Paris Agreement, especially in terms of adaptability. It draws attention to the urgent need to change our habits in society. Another goal is the creation of a European Union way, and it establishes goals for 2030. And it draws these goals by areas like water, health, cultural biodiversity, and they will raise awareness for the need to create common policies. For example, creating national adaptation protocols that would be also in common with all countries. This bi-weekly analysis is part of the European climate law, which provides, which enhances the need to do analysis of progresses. From this analysis, there are drawn new goals and insights and new strategies to be adapted. In 2021, we stopped the adaptation strategy for the European Union, and we tried to be more intelligent and systematic in the access to, for example, information and tools. And we tried to improve the knowledge and managing of uncertainty and make it faster to adapt by each country. This faster adaptation has to do with access to funding that have deadlines to be accessed. Currently, or in a more recent past, in 2024, we had a time lapse, traveling back in time in terms of adaptation. And it has to do with managing climate risks. Because climate risks are have a waterfall cycle. They are also linked to economic and social risks, for example. So, in order to manage better these climate risks, we have to, above all, improve governance, which is to clear the risks of ownership, strengthen governance structures, and creates more severe and better regulation. Also, we should have more tools for empowering risk owners, make better exercises in order to indicate possible scenarios of natural hazards, for example. We should also try and reduce the gap between risks that are under insurance or not, so that we should that we create a more resilient economy. Now going to Portuguese climate law. We recognize that climate emergency exists. We also acknowledge the need to ask responsibility from citizens. And we also have the national strategy for climate action. And a good example of this is the fact that the Azores have a secretariat for the environment and climate change. We also try that that private institutions also help out and adapt the European Union and Portuguese policies. The evolution of policies in Portugal have evolved from 2010, for example, with ENAC. This was a basis to have access to information about risks and how to cope with these risks. And it is still very fundamental for our policies. All of these decisions were also later on adapted and or integrated in the program ADAPT in 2015. In 2019, we had a plan of adaptation for climate change that we made a study on how to deal with wildfires and other problems related with agroforestry. So in 2015, the National Adaptation Strategy, I won't talk long about it because it aims at all areas, including the Azores, in which we should adapt ruling for climate change. Then there was an action program for adaptation called NAP that it aimed at the creation of different ways of financing for climate action. Then there were some subnational adaptation plans that were very important at the local level, and they were key to driving climate action and addressing context-specific needs. So it's very different to talk about the Azores, the needs in the Azores, and, for example, the interior or the coastline of the mainland Portugal. Nowadays, we have the whole country covered with grants projects to deal with this. With these issues. Also, we've developed some tools that are adapted into the municipal master plans in a more local level. For example, at a strategic and operational level. And then finally, the key challenges and future opportunities. What is fundamental is to guarantee that there's a multi-level and wider governance. There should be a bigger flow of information between the different actors in the community, and a better flow of information so that we guarantee that better finance is available in order for us to have progress. All of these actors in this in the community will have, of course, help in the management of these funds and tools in order to adapt the plans. So ENAC has been reviewed, and all communication, risk management, climate risks are part of this review of ENAC. We also had the first meeting for TIMA, where there's studies on how to adapt at a national level for Portugal, new funding and tools to be better used by all stakeholders. And thank you. If you want more details, I'm available after the conference.
Muito obrigada pela apresentação. Faremos agora uma breve pausa de 10 minutos para café. A sessão será retomada às 18 horas, dando lugar a uma mesa redonda intitulada como Tempo, Clima e Economia, moderada pelo jornalista Sidónio Vicente e com a participação de Pedro Batista, Filipe Duarte Santos, Ricardo Camaquicha e José Costa Esteves. Obrigada.
para mais de 80 destinos. Reserve já em flytap.com. TAP. Abraça o mundo.
Good afternoon. I would like to acknowledge the President of the Regional Government of the Azores, representative of the Government of Portugal, the President of IPMA, whom I would like to distinguish for his work throughout these years. And it has been a very multidisciplinary institute that has been a wonderful contribute to the Azores and the region, autonomous region of the Azores. I would like to acknowledge everyone, scientists, representatives. I am here as a journalist. That all throughout my life I have always learned and I've read the weather report. And there's a very famous phrase of mine, sentence of mine, weather today is gray as grayish. At the time people thought it was funny and they thought that I had said it all. Whenever I think IPMA, this Institute of Weather, I am from those days and I'm a grandson of whalers. We would talk about cyclones. Nowadays you talk about anti-cyclones, but at the time when I was younger, people would talk about cyclones. And I would call, why would you bringing the boats in? Yeah, kid, get out of here, get out of here. The weather's turning bad. And he would look at the sky. We would listen to the sheadwaters and the ocean would rise. And you would know that the cyclone was coming. It would close the water. We'd take care of the pigs, the cows, and the sea would come. That's the expression. The sea would come. My grandfather, a whaler, he would say, watch out. There's a cyclone coming for a couple of days, and you had to take everything away. You had to safeguard everything. There was no institute that would allow us to know and to foresee into the future what the weather would be. When I was younger, it was cyclone. And the cyclone really came. There were no smartphones, no phones. This was the 60s. In front of my house, there was this little hill of rocks. Berta Cabral, she knows it well. There was this bay, and we would say that whenever the boats would pass by, or Ponta Lagada would pass by with its passengers, we would wave them goodbye. And rocks would cover the boat coming from the left to the side, to the right. And he would say, grandfather, take those stones away, because I want to see the boats going from one side to the other. And his grandfather would say, Sidónio, when the hard rock.
Limpou as pedras de calhau grosso e foi o que se viu. Meu avô tinha razão. Era um grande cientista da sabedoria, mas hoje é diferente. O IPMA
Were the reason why we were safe. And now whenever we look at a public institute as IPMA and academics like our teacher here, and they would say, people, this is the end, and they would say, and Felipe Duarte Santos would always say, no, it's not the end. And I was scared when he was talking about before, when Durão Barroso said what had to be said. And this is one of the problems of today's world. How are we going to touch the heart of the wound and make it differently and make things be different? This is why this type of debate and this type of conferences are very important. I would also suggest it wouldn't have to be so punctuous as this one, but at least one scientist or one doctor or one teacher that would go to the other islands, talk about this type of weather, climate, and the economy. And I'm sorry I'm talking to you, but we have a Secretariat of the Environment, and this is something that's missing. Where do we put the environment? When I was younger, when I was working, I was in the commission of parliamentary subjects, and people would go, where is the environment? Where was the environment? And we had to do an annexing of a terrain, and I was from parliamentary subject issues, and suddenly I had that legislation changing everything, and I was the one that was writing all the working documents. What I want to say is sometimes in politics it's not easy to form a government, but environment is something that you don't ever know where to put it. It's like ocean goes to the environment, or fishing, or is it tourism? But it has to do with the landscape. How do you circulate everything? How do you make it all work together? How does circulate among people and works? And so I imagine that with successive falling of governments, we don't know where the environment is, but thank God there's an institute like INPMA. That's the milestone. It would be the safeguarding of what it has to do with environmental issues. In my role as a citizen, as a journalist, as a retired journalist, I would like to talk about these issues, the costs of insularity, to live in an island. How does it cost? How worse is it to live in an island, on an island, or to live on the mainland? I missed international meetings already. I am not a scientist. I would like to thank you all, but I would like to, just one detail. I have a group of people that work with me, 20-something year, every day. We call them weather watchers, and people send me their weather forecasts and how the weather is at where they live in. Weather watchers, like, how's the weather? Not how would they say it is, it's how it is. How do you feel it? And when you talk about the weather, you eventually end up talking about something regarding your own civil parish or your own community. So my weather watchers said, the weather, the day dawned a little drowsy with a small rain, just a little tapping, a little hot humidity. It's been more or less like this. I don't know if I'm going to take out the coolers from the attic, but when the month is really, really good, the next one would be really better. So August is beginning this week. Let's see how things go. An excellent week. I went to walk the dogs, meet the dogs in nature, and it was cool. The weather was open, cotton candy, clouds, purple and pink. The air breathed flora and farming and cows. And I had just woken up, and the Serra from Lagoa de Fogo will always remind me why we were a very privileged destination. We're all ready for the weekend. And I'll hug you, all of you. This is this type of messages that I receive from all my listeners from the radio program that I'm the host of. Weather is part of our life. How are you? Oh, I saw the weather with you. how's the weather like? And how are you? I don't know how what I'm gonna wear tomorrow. Just look at the weather forecast, how the weather looks like. This is why this is very important. And this we only have one round. This is in terms of conclusion. This is Filipe Duarte Santos. He's the author of the climate action plan of the autonomous region of the Azores. In the Azores, with what the president announced today, what can we do more? What can be done? That the ocean and the future and the oceans are important in this region. Well, thank you for the question. I think that Portugal as a host has gone this path. It's a good path about climate and talk about Portugal first before talking about the Azores. But the fact is that it was just this century that we started talking about these questions in a sense that had an impact in society, whereas scientists started to talk about this in society, and society started to understand what they were talking about. We're talking about a quarter of a century. And the autonomous regions have been leaders in many aspects, ranging from the mitigation and adaptation towards new realities. And I have been a part of this work, and it's been a pleasure for me. And there has been this concern in terms of trying to investigate and implement strategies and to talk to people and to let them participate, like a public participation of the community. And this has been very particularly visible in a project that I was working with to 26 tragedies for civil municipalities. And Vila Franca do Campo was a very particular case, and probably more. There are more municipalities that have these strategic plans, but the truth is to involve the community. This is one of the most important things. The key players in society, in a community, you have to involve them. You have to explain, and you have to let them know what are your guidelines and what are their participation concerns, and that there are consequences and what they decide, and that we have to adapt to climate changes without involving the community. It's impossible. These new measures, these new laboratories, are they fundamental? Yeah, they're essential. We're talking about science, and it's very good to hear people that are responsible for governments to value science, to value investigators. The Azores have a wonderful localization, and they're I can only compare with to Hawaii, where 1950s someone very noble called Charles Kitty, he had some measurements from CO2 on top of a mountain without interferences of cities or pollution and other gases. And it's very pleasant to understand or to see. But I will go a little further. And what I think is, I'm a very rational person. I believe in reasoning. And one of the most important things that Europe has is this culture of accepts of the primacy of science, and that public policies are created and drafted upon scientific knowledge. And this is very important because it has to do with information, it has to do with also education, but also information and knowledge. And I would like to congratulate the president of the regional government of the Azores, Jean Boulier, for being here throughout the whole event. And this is very rare in my experience. Usually presidents would come and give their speech and move on their way and do other things. But no, they have a lot of responsibilities, but the president has decided to stay, and this is a culture, it's a commitment. It's a culture based on knowledge, and sometimes we have some deviations, and from the other side of the Atlantic we know that sometimes science is not regarded and not looked upon as something essential for a society, but we still believe it is. So Kilapati Ramakrishna that has been working towards the oceans, and I would like to, once the ocean is on top of every issue, they say that our richness is in the sea, and I would like to ask you, Doctor, which sea is it? Is it the sea of the volcanoes, the sea of the ocean, the sea of the fishes? What is this sea? Is it the sea from this ocean?
Thank you very much for that question. And like both of you, I want to compliment the leadership that is present here. In my experience too, they come to their keynote speech and then go away, but then this shows really your commitment and your determination to implement things that you're talking about. I would like to respond to your question with maybe 3 points. The first point, broadly about the ocean. It is 71% of the planet Earth, but we know so little about it. It is oftentimes said, we know about what's on planet Mars more than we do know about what's in our own ocean. Something that we have to really think about. And when we think about the ocean, there are basically 2 views. First view is, well, we don't know. This is vast, deep, mysterious, and then we face the consequences of storm surges, tsunamis, lot of devastation. So it's a villain. Ships go run aground, people die, and so it's a bad thing. The second view that we have is, it's a victim. Ocean is this pure thing that is out there, and we are polluting it by oil wastage, by plastics, by killing of fish and various other things. So we have to move away from the concept of the villain and the victim and really think about the ocean as the hero. And why do I say it is a hero? Well, we have heard detailed presentations in the previous session. It talks about how 95% of the excess heat generated by the greenhouse gases is absorbed by the ocean. About 25 to 30% of the human-induced carbon emissions into the atmosphere is taken by the ocean. And my colleagues at the Woodside Oceanographic Institution work on ocean twilight zone that talks about the creatures that live between 100 meters to 1,000 meters depth. During the time it is nighttime, on land, those creatures come up, capture carbon, and store it in the bottom of the ocean. And that contribution is about between 2 to 6 billion tons of carbon per annum. So we really need to appreciate the ocean for what it is. It is a superhero, and we have to understand that. That's point one. Point two is about Azores and the leadership shown by the president here. It is extraordinary. What it does is, from my point of view, it talks about the value of science. We need to know exactly what we are doing, what the implications are, and then do it. And the emphasis placed on the Atlantic as a whole and the observatory with IPMA is really crucial. So one of the things that I do know from talking to colleagues in IPMA is that it is not just about the Northern Atlantic. It is Northern Atlantic and the Southern Atlantic, and the relationship between what we do in the developed world with what is happening in the developing world. So what the president of the regional government said really strikes a chord with me, because it talks about learning broadly, because it is not just studying Azores, because the ocean is one entity, and we need to think about the global circulation patterns and the impact that it has. And so the president outlined the science, the importance of the science, the importance of policy, the brave leadership in terms of 30% of this going into MPA, and then talking about new initiatives that could be introduced into Azores that is going to not just deal with implementing what we know from the science, but also making sure that the people benefit from it, and that is vital. You need to, as politicians would know clearly, you need to take the people with you. If you don't do that, you lose them, and then no matter how wonderful your policies are, you're going to get the backlash. So that is the second point. The third point is really taking the Azores example to the global scene. There are a lot of islands that are out there that could benefit from the kind of experience that it has. And when Azores is talking about it, it is not just about what it could do because it's part of the European Union, because it's part of Portugal, but the value of ideas, how you can work with these ideas and how you can make them mean something to the people that live in those islands, and how do you protect them. So that message has to go to the international community, whether it is Belém now, or I know the president was in Nice, attending the Sea Level Rise conference, and I think those kinds of things, where the examples, the initiatives, and the value of relying on science and contributing to the welfare of the people is the kind of message that resonates very well with the world, and I think that's what we are all looking forward to. And thank you again, Mr. President, for being here and for your leadership.
Thank you. Muito obrigado, Sr. Professor. Ficamos aqui com esta imagem forte.
For this image, strong image, I would like to change. I would like to talk to Professor José Esteves. That has to do with the question that I would like to ask. I heard your sentence saying that what the Portuguese men say. Portugal is poor, Portugal is small, Portugal is a peripheral. And you say we have one of the greatest riches, and Portugal is huge, and Portugal has a sea. And how do you promote investment in this vision of promoting the future? Well, it's a little bit before that. Let me just go back a little bit. It's a pre-communication. Those who heard the discourse of the president understands that what I was talking about, it has to do with politics, and there's some exceptions that confirm the rule. And this Congress this conference is a proof that the Azores are an exception that do not confirm the rule. Well, this question for us Portuguese society has been working on two lies. One of those, probably the biggest of them, is that Portugal is small, it's poor, and it's peripheral. That's a lie. It's not. And facts do not demonstrate that. Portugal is one of the biggest countries in the world. It could not be more centralized, and it has a whole set of richness that are envy for a lot of countries. So why and how does Portugal change from a small peripheral poor country towards a center country? It's because of the sea. And it's a big country because of what? Because of the sea. We allocate transportation to the oceans. We're we're the 10th biggest country in the world if we take in account our ocean. Have you seen that? Whenever when you have a big diaspora of people out of Portugal, no, it's an immigration, it's a dissemination of people towards the world. So it's through the ocean, and the platform of the continental platform is bigger because of the ocean, and just the exclusive zone is big enough to make this idea work. Peripheral. Really? The center of the world is still the Atlantic, North Atlantic, between the submarine cables and between the fluxes of transports and planes driving between the world, between the Americas and Europe. We're not peripheral, we're in the center of the world. So what's missing? Well, the resources, we have a lot of ocean resources, and now the importance of the sea. So Portugal is a huge strategic resource, and we have a lot of sea, we have a lot of resources, so that we can be able to manage it. We have a huge potential. We also look at the numbers that has to do with tourism. With tourism, it has to do with the economy. The ocean, the sea, has 5 or 6 more potential to be the driving force of economy. More, the only sector in the world that Portugal has that can change the economic model of the world is the sea, is the ocean. And the other countries feel that they're threatened. Well, the sea is not there yet, but when it is, the sea will be one of the elements that can make the change for the future economic model of our societies. And the ocean, the sea, is it. It's true for us, and it's true for Europe. If they want to change their actual paradigm, and it works for the world. Imagine that Putin decides to start a war with Europe. We were the first places that would come. First place would be Sines, in the mainland. If not just for the sake of the submarine cables. So this logic of the fake lies, or the lies, we have 2 or 3 lies that we have to change. Thank you very much, Professor. So this would it's very good for the Azores. I left it for the end. Pedro Batista, as a conclusion, he's been a dozen years working with climatic strategies and policies in locally, regional, national, and European, focused in the adaptation of climate changes. So, adaptation policies. So, Portugal's reality: land, sea, agriculture, seismic events, volcanoes. Now it's anchored in World Heritage. Whenever the men feel like it and they need to change, they can change. How can we change this policy of the civil parish president who are not fond of the environmental nutheads, and the other one, the president of the municipality, would think of them as being good people? Whereas some places you have wonderful environmental landscapes, and you have to modernize and you have to make it work. And how do you make it work? How do you make it agreeable to define a common policy, a strategic policy with environmental issues? Exactly. Nowadays there are too many, and this is one of the things that we've talked about, with policies being supported on scientific basis and scientific knowledge to help decision making. Truth is, if we don't have science, just by the fact that we feel that something doesn't exist, it doesn't make them go away. You may say it doesn't exist, but a couple years later, flooding will come and droughts will appear. So we have to take all scientific knowledge to make the best decision making that's available. In terms of the adaptation to climatic changes, we've been having very different results. In the Azores, the reality is different, the objectives are different, the strategies are different, and also the threats are different. Nevertheless, there are also processes of understanding the issues and to try to know about them, and to try to educate in making municipality servants and local civil parishes workers understand the importance and how to work within environmental issues and how to adapt to this climate change. And this work has been done, and I think it's something that we have to notice, because whenever we have someone that can advise us in terms of decision making, and whenever they're in the field and they're able to help decide best, it means that it may be a different action in one municipality and a different one in another one, but the work has been done, or they have been doing this work, and we would like to replicate it. But nevertheless, we have to take another step. Climate changes push us towards different solutions, and all of us, we are all part of the problem. We're all exposed to the risk, and we have to be more sensitive to these issues and to be aware that citizens have to support public policies to make them work, to make them they have to be a priority for people. Communities have to feel that it's a need to change, and that they're doing the right thing. Obviously there's a lot of other players and society players or social players, but university is one of the most important key players, and we have to give them credit for the strategies that they're defining, and you have to invest. You have to give them human resources, you have to give them technical resources so that knowledge can evolve and can develop. And private also, it's not only a public effort, it's a private effort also, and it's a work that we have to do. We have to look around towards this scenario around us and see that this is a problem of everyone, for everyone, by everyone, and that and it impacts our economic system and finances, and we have all these actors playing here and asking us for reviews of politics and bank politics and insurances also. And this is one way of making areas develop, and that is one of the main challenges. And we've had a whole room today, people that are involved in the process, and then in one way or the other, they are working, and we have to make sure that we are all rowing towards the same destination. I would really like to thank all the participants. I would like to thank all those invited and all those that worked throughout the day. If we can resume this, we would say, as Durão Barroso would say, that, and I didn't know there were so people that would deny. And what he said, between the reality of Durão Barroso and the hopeness of Filipe Duarte Santos lies the faith in the future. And I would like to thank all of you, José Guerreiro, José Manuel Bolieiro, Celeste Saúl, Ricardo Deus, and would like to thank all of you for the participation, and the president of the regional government would like to say that he would like to say something. Then the first reference would be to thank the approach that this panel, now in a debate, has for my presence here. I would like to let it be clear that my passion for the environment and for this cause I have always had, and I propose myself to be an actor, not just a spectator. On the second, I think that this is it's a good thing to develop the potential of a generation, and also from a land. And thirdly, because of this good agreement with Ipman and this work that we have been doing together with all this organization, I would like to thank the kindness and all the goodness in everyone that has participated in this Congress. And I would like to say that I am always learning about the thought, like international, national, and regional thought of this issue. The second thing that I would like to say is that because of this enlightenment and this more knowledge that I always have with this type of event, I think that science is the true partner of development and of the understanding of our environment, our involvement in human involvement in progress in the community, and valuing the evolution of society. And I've always defended this idea that science and knowledge are the basis for public policies. And I understand that sustainability particularly with the ocean, I believe it to be a decisive element. To know the ocean and its component and profitable resources. And on the other hand, as an investigation issue, I believe that this is one of the routes that we have to take, the path that we have to follow. And I have tried that part of our decisions are done based on a participant dialogue between all agents of the sea and all entities that have to do with the ocean conservation and preservation. And this is why when we decided which zones would be exclusive zones and would be protective zones, we tried to do that through dialogue and talking with all those who profit and benefit from the sea, those that extract this, those that value the resources of the ocean, nevertheless, to observe, to benefit and profit from the ocean. Those are the voices that have to be heard. And the richness of the sea is not only its extension that I referred to in my discourse, but it also has to do with the knowledge of or knowledge we could value. Another work that has been the mapping of the deep sea, and we have that as a result of a work of a lot of scientists from the University of the Azores. We have one of the largest mappings of underwater seabed reality. So we have all this investigation has been done with this profound conviction of science, but more than that, with the leading by the example and finding the ocean as a hot spot for the oceans. Yeah, exactly right. We find this huge allocation that the sea can represent. This is a legislative battle between the Republic and the Azores that have to do with the management of the resources that we have in the oceans and what the definition of boundaries and frontiers are. Nevertheless, we're together in that struggle, economical and environmental, using everyone involved in the process. Why? To go towards a little bit in what José Poços' idea is. What I think of is that we have to stop thinking of the Portuguese or the Portugal of the small ones, of the ones that are in need. Nevertheless, the existence of some of those, and change the narrative towards a region of opportunities, towards a region of more investment and more than just asking for. The dimension that the ocean gives to the land and to the resources that the land has, aligned with science and technology and the hope in the Azores that today are the present and the future. Global energetic transition, digital transition, it all has to do with ocean, with space, with technologies, with everything. And we have to guarantee that it works with ocean, space and science. Science that we have tried to add through the scientific ship that we have bought, some projects with with university and with other European consortium of entities to study the deep sea. So we have been betting in using Santa Maria as the base of space technologies in Horta, Fayal, not only the deep ocean but also the blue ocean economy, blue guaranteed through this cluster of the ocean and blue economy, and together with the other universities, investigation and consortiums to study all those resources that we can use, despite all those regulations that do not allow for any mineral, metal, or other exploitations without the guarantee of the maintenance of ecosystems. I would also like to add another thing, that we are ahead in the protection and the conservation of the economy from extraction to value. We try to make the Portugal global in the information of high level meteorological information, the triangulation that they talked about, and with the island that's more eastern with Santa Maria. And the weather report here in Terceira, it makes up for two tectonic plaques, the Eurasiatic and the American one. So we are able to have more information with data triangulation, and people need to recognize science not as an academic thing, but as something that is useful for everyday life. And this is what I would like to tell you, and I would like to give you with this. Thank you. And this is the golden key, and we close it. Weather, climate, economy, man, humanity will always be linked. We are in Praia da Vitória. There's no other weather. There's no Azorian poet that has had a poem about the weather, and he said, "This is a Portuguese poem." This is Vitorino Mez's poem about the weather that has to do with time, weather, time, and it's all linked.